Hello, my friend. Welcome to your sleep story. My name is Stephen Dalton. I'm an Irish storyteller, and it's my great privilege to be the voice that you listen to as you go to sleep tonight. Tonight I release to you a compilation of all of my Christmas stories in one place, from the first Santa Claus to the first Christmas tree, to New York in 1957 on Christmas Eve. It's all here for you to enjoy in one place. Merry Christmas, and thanks for listening to my stories. I wish you and your families and all of the people you love peace at this Christmas time. Okay, let's do the relaxation session now, which will take a few minutes before tonight's sleep story compilation. I'm going to count down from 10 to 1, and as I do, allow yourself to let go more and more. 10. Feel the support of the bed beneath you, or the floor, or whatever you lie upon tonight. And beneath all of that, feel the support of the earth, our home. Feel the constantness of it. And as you become aware of that support holding you tonight, see if you can let go a little more now. Soften a little more now. Ease into this moment a little more now. 9. You are safe. Allow my voice to be an anchor of safety tonight, to be a friend. Know that my voice will only take you to safe places, to places where you will find rest, to places where you can let go of everything, to places that allow you to be in a state of calm and peace. 8. Feel into your body now. Where are you still holding? Where are you still feeling tension or even pain? Maybe it's in your feet. Maybe in your lower legs. Maybe it's in your belly or in your chest. Or maybe you're like me and you hold it all in your face. Wherever you're holding, see if you can find some release now. 7. The day is done. Whatever has been, has been. Whatever will be, will be. But all you have right now is now. And the more you can settle into this now, the more you can enjoy and find peace in this moment. So if there are thoughts arriving, know that they are a part of being a human being, and they will come and they will go. And when they come, watch them go, like leaves on a moonlit river, or clouds passing in a starlit sky. 6. This is your moment. This is your time. You have nowhere to be now. Nowhere to go. Nothing to do. Allow that fact to enable you to sink deeper into this moment. 5. Perhaps allow a little gratitude now. Gratitude for the simple things, for the shelter you have tonight, for the breath in your body, for those who you care about and who care about you. 4. Peace lives within you. It is always there, waiting to be seen, waiting to be found, waiting to be felt. It is a part of you, a constant friend. See if you can find that friend tonight. 3. Begin to engage with your imagination now. Imagine yourself in a snowy, enchanted world, a world filled with Christmas cheer and joy and human kindness. Imagine this world as being a cozy, warm and inviting place, far away from all that you know, ready for you to discover and enjoy. 2. Checking in with your body one more time now. It has worked hard for you today. It's time to give it rest. And 1. Completely letting go now. As I tell you tonight's sleep story. It's the day before Christmas Eve in New York City in the year 19 1957. Little Ronnie and Daphne are feeling extremely excited, for today they will go with their dad to collect the Christmas tree. They're a little late this year getting their tree, but that's because their mom has just given birth, and so things have been a little hectic. Ronnie and Daphne bundle up in their warmest coats and mittens, their eyes shining with anticipation. Their dad, Charles, tucks them into the back seat of their 1950s Chevy, promising them the most beautiful tree they've ever seen. Snow is gently falling, covering the city in a blanket of white, making everything feel magical. They drive through the snow-covered streets, passing by shop windows adorned with twinkling lights and holiday displays. Daphne's eyes are glued to the window, imagining what kinds of gifts Santa will bring them this year. Ronnie, being a little older, is more interested in the adventure of finding the perfect tree. Eventually, they reach the corner lot, filled with evergreens of all shapes and sizes. The smell of pines fills the air, mingling with the scent of hot cocoa from a nearby stand. Charles lets the kids scamper around, their laughter filling the air as they debate over which tree is the one. After what feels like an eternity of running among the pines, they settle on a splendid, bushy tree that seems to call out to them. It's almost like it's a long-lost friend, just sitting there waiting for them. Charles pays for the tree, and they all help to secure it on the roof of the car. Ronnie feels a sense of accomplishment. It's as if they've completed a very important mission. Daphne is already lost in thoughts of how they're going to decorate it. With the tree safely attached, they head home, the car's tires crunching over the snowy roads. As they make their way back, Charles decides to take a scenic route through the city. The car glides past iconic landmarks, their grandeur enhanced by the holiday decorations. They pass by the Rockefeller Center, where a gargantuan Christmas tree stands, adorned with thousands of twinkling lights. The ice rink below is filled with skaters twirling and gliding, their laughter mixing with the melodies of carolers nearby. Ronnie and Daphne press their noses to the car window. They love this time of year, and they are entranced by the holiday spectacle. A warm feeling sits inside their little bellies. They continue through Fifth Avenue, taking in the elaborately decorated shop windows, each more dazzling than the last. Daphne's eyes light up again as they pass by a display featuring a winter wonderland, complete with miniature ice skaters and a toy train chugging through a snow-covered village. Ronnie is more impressed by the Empire State Building towering above them. Eventually, the Chevy turns onto their street, and as they pull up in front of their beautiful brownstone home, the front door swings open, and there stands their mom, Elizabeth, with the newest addition to the family, bundled in her arms, swathed in a soft baby blue blanket. Ronnie and Daphne jump out of the car, their faces flushed from the cold, but glowing with excitement and pride. They can't wait to show her the perfect tree they've chosen. Charles smiles as he takes it all in. The decorated city in the distance, the snow-covered street they call home, and his family standing in the doorway, welcoming them back. He feels a warmth that has nothing to do with the fireplace that awaits them inside. As they unload the tree and carry it through the front door, Charles knows this is going to be a Christmas they'll always remember. There is something utterly timeless about being with family over Christmas, Charles thinks to himself as he finds the perfect place to put down the tree. He carefully sets the tree in its stand, making sure it's perfectly centered in the living room bay window, so people can enjoy it as they pass by their house. As he tightens the screws to secure it, Ronnie and Daphne eagerly dig through boxes of ornaments. Their eyes widen at each glittering trinket and cherished heirloom that they uncover. Elizabeth, gently rocking the newborn in her arms, watches the scene unfold with a contented smile, her eyes meeting Charles for a moment in a shared sense of joy and gratitude. "It's the most beautiful tree we've ever had," Daphne declares, holding up a delicate glass angel that her grandmother had given her last Christmas. Ronnie finds the star that traditionally tops their tree and hands it to Charles, who carefully places it on the highest branch, taking a step back to make sure it's perfectly straight. The star catches the light, casting a warm glow that seems to fill the room. As they all step back to admire their handiwork, the room seems to shimmer in the candlelight, framed by the twinkling lights of the tree. It feels like the outside world has been put on pause, leaving only this moment of family togetherness imbued with the spirit of the season. Outside, snowflakes continue to fall, each one beautifully unique, but part of a greater whole, much like the individual moments that make up their family life. The snowflakes catch on the window pane, creating a beautiful scene that further insulates the family from the rest of the world. Charles sits back for a moment and takes it all in. The sights, the sounds, and the fragrances of pine and cinnamon that fill the air. This is what Christmas is all about, he thinks, feeling a peace settle over him, a soul-deep serenity that he wishes could last forever. And in that moment, it almost feels like it will. Time passes, and it isn't long before everyone in the house is very sleepy. And tonight, unusually, the children have no problem with going to bed, for they know that when tomorrow comes, it will be Christmas Eve. Each member of the family bids good night to each other The children kiss their new baby brother on the forehead, and then both climb the wooden staircase to their bedrooms, their feet sinking into the plush carpet that lines the steps. Their hearts are full of love, and their minds are swirling with the vivid colors and sounds of the season, but most of all, the anticipation for Christmas Eve. They brush their teeth, change into their flannel pajamas, and climb into their respective beds, which are soft and inviting, with freshly laundered sheets. Elizabeth gently places the newborn baby in his crib. A soft lullaby plays from a small music box on the dresser, filling the nursery with a calming melody. She takes one more moment to marvel at the beauty of the newest family member. Charles extinguishes the remaining candles in the living room and takes one last satisfied look at the beautifully decorated tree, its twinkling lights shimmering in a dance of colors. He then goes into the children, kisses each of them on the forehead, and then joins Elizabeth in their bedroom, both whispering goodnight as they settle into the plush comfort of their bed, the quilt pulled up to their chins. Outside, the snow continues to fall, covering the streets and the tops of cars parked along the row of brownstone homes. It's like the world is being tucked in for the night, wrapped in a blanket of soft, white stillness. The city that never sleeps finally takes a breath. Its usual hustle and bustle yielding, if only for a little while, to the serene magic that is this time of year. As each member of the family drifts into sleep, their hearts are light, and their dreams are sweet. There's a collective feeling of warmth and peace that fills the home, a tranquility that only comes once a year. Tonight, there are no lists, no schedules, and no worries. Just the tender embrace of family and the boundless joy of holiday anticipation. The night passes. The earth continues to spin, and then it is Christmas Eve. Ronnie and Daphne spring out of bed, their energy levels seemingly unaffected by the previous day's excitement. Their pajamas are a little rumpled, and their hair tousled from sleep, but their eyes are sparkling with joy. They race down the stairs, taking them two at a time, to find their mom already in the kitchen, donning an apron over her morning robe. Elizabeth greets them with a smile. "Good morning, my little elves. Ready to bake some Christmas cookies?" The kitchen is already filled with the aroma of cinnamon and nutmeg, and the table is set up with all the cookie-making essentials: flour, sugar, eggs, and an assortment of colorful sprinkles. Ronnie and Daphne eagerly wash their hands and pull up chairs to the table, ready to dive into the festive activity. As they're rolling out dough and cutting out cookie shapes, Charles walks in, a cup of hot coffee in his hand. He leans over to give Elizabeth a peck on the cheek and ruffles the children's hair. "Smells amazing in here," he says, taking in the scent of the cookies and the freshly brewed coffee. The family chit-chats as they work, the atmosphere filled with warmth and laughter. By mid-afternoon, they've baked enough cookies to feed an army of Santa's helpers. The cookie jars are full, and there's still a plate left for Santa. How about we read a little bit of A Christmas Carol together before heading out to make that snowman?" suggests Charles, eyeing the freshly fallen snow outside their window. Ronnie and Daphne nod enthusiastically. It's another family tradition that they look forward to each year. So, they all settle into the living room, Charles holding the well-worn copy of Charles Dickens' classic tale. As he reads, the kids listen intently, captivated by the story and the sound of their dad's voice. Even the baby seems lulled by the comforting atmosphere, cooing softly from his spot on Elizabeth's lap. Charles reads. He went to the church and walked about the streets and watched the people hurrying to and fro, and patted children on the head and questioned beggars, and looked down into the kitchens of houses and up to the windows, and found that everything could yield him pleasure. He had never dreamed that any walk, that anything could give him so much happiness. Sitting room, bedroom, lumber room, all as they should be. Nobody under the table, nobody under the sofa. A small fire in the grate, spoon and basin ready, and the little saucepan of gruel. Scrooge had a cold in his head. Upon the hob, nobody under the bed, nobody in the closet, nobody in his dressing gown, which was hanging up in a suspicious attitude against the wall. Lumber room, as usual. Old fire guard, old shoes, 2 fish baskets, washing stand on 3 legs, and a poker. Charles read through different parts of the book. The children had their favorite moments. And then they decided that it was time to go outside and enjoy the snowy exterior. With rosy cheeks and joy in their hearts, they build a snowman together. It takes some time as they converse with the neighbors, have playful snowball fights, and enjoy the feeling of community. But soon, a wonderful snowman is created, tall and right out of a storybook, adding the final touch of a top hat and scarf. And as they step back to admire their frosty creation, Each member of the family feels the coziness and magic that only comes on Christmas Eve, being surrounded by love. As the sun begins to set, casting a soft glow over the snow-covered streets of New York, the excitement inside the brownstone reaches a cozy crescendo. The scent of pine from the newly decorated Christmas tree mingles with the aroma of freshly baked cookies, filling the room with an intoxicating blend of holiday cheer. Charles, after ensuring that the fireplace is crackling comfortably, turns to his children, Ronnie and Daphne. "It's time to get the milk and cookies ready for Santa," he says, with a twinkle in his eye. The kids race to the kitchen, each wanting to place the cookies on the special plate reserved for this magical night. They pour a glass of milk and place it next to the plate, ensuring everything looks perfect for Santa's anticipated visit. Then Elizabeth reminds the kids not to forget to put out some carrots for the reindeers. And so they do. After placing the treats on the living room table, they all huddle near the fireplace, the stockings, waiting to be filled, hang above it. The warmth from the hearth is like a cocoon of safety and love. And Charles reads them a few more paragraphs from A Christmas Carol. And soon, the children's eyelids begin to droop. "All right, you two," their mom says softly. "Time for bed." The kids don't even protest as they're carried away in their parents' arms and tucked into their beds. Their new baby sibling is already peacefully asleep in the crib, offering no objections to the quiet excitement of the night. As Ronnie and Daphne drift into gentle sleep, visions of tomorrow's joys fill their dreams. Another successful Christmas Eve, Charles whispers to his wife as he takes her hand, leading her back to the living room. They stand for a moment together, taking in the twinkling lights of the tree. "Let's turn in," Charles suggests. They extinguish the candles and the living room lights, leaving only the fireplace aglow. Its warm light softly illuminating the room. Charles adds a final log to the fire, ensuring it will safely smolder through the remaining dark hours of the night. They walk hand in hand to their room, and as they crawl into bed, the exhaustion of the day's activities catch up with them. The last thing Charles does before drifting off is to look out the window, where a gentle snow continues to fall, adding the final touch to this picture-perfect Christmas Eve. The house falls quiet, with only the soft sound of snowflakes gently tapping against the window. All is calm. All is bright. And as each member of the family succumbs to sleep's embrace, there's a feeling of peace, of warmth, and the joyous times ahead. And now, as everyone sleeps, a glass of milk, some cookies, and some carrots magically seem to disappear as some presents arrive under the Christmas tree. In a small village, on the edge of a vast forest, there was a woodsman named Elias. He lived in a humble cottage, crafted from the timber he gathered, with a thatched roof that cozily nestled against the landscape. Elias was known throughout the village, not just for his skilled craftsmanship, but also for his deep connection to the woods that surrounded them. Each winter, as snow blanketed the forest and village alike, Elias would venture into the heart of the woods. There, amidst the solemnity of ancient trees and the silent fall of snowflakes, he felt a peace unlike any other. It was during one such sojourn, with the frosty air crisp and the sky covered in twinkling stars, that Elias found himself in a clearing he had never come upon before. In the center of this clearing stood a majestic fir tree, its branches reaching upward like hands holding up the heavens. The snow around it was undisturbed, a perfect white canvas under the moonlight. Elias, with hands weathered from years of labor, gently touched the bark of the tree and felt a warmth that seemed to pulse from the core of the fir. It was as if the tree and the forest itself was alive with a beautiful spirit of its own. Compelled by a feeling he couldn't quite understand, Elias decided to do something he had never done before. He took to trimming some of the lower branches, careful not to harm the grandeur of the magnificent fir. He gathered the branches in his arms, their needles fresh and fragrant, and made his way back to the village, leaving the tree still standing tall and proud against the winter sky. Back at his cottage, Elias set about creating something he hoped would bring the peaceful essence of the forest into the homes of his fellow villagers. With the same care he showed to his woodwork, he crafted small stands from the branches he collected, upon which the fir branches could rest. He imagined that the sight of the green amidst the deep snows of winter would remind everyone of the enduring life within the forest, even in the deepest chill. Elias worked through the night by the light of his flickering fireplace. With each cut, each notch he carved, the fragrant smell of fir filled his cozy home, mingling with the scent of burning wood and pine resin. He worked with a craftsman's precision, but also with an artist's passion, guided by the vivid memory of the clearing and the resplendent tree that stood there. By morning, he had created a dozen small stands, each with a place at the center for a fir branch to stand upright. As the sun rose, casting a soft, golden light through the frosty windows, Elias loaded his creations onto a wooden sled. He donned his heavy coat, pulled his hat down over his ears, and with sturdy boots crunching in the snow, he began his journey back into the heart of the village. The villagers were just beginning to stir as Elias made his way through the narrow lanes, the sled leaving a smooth track behind him. Children, bundled in scarves and mittens, peered curiously out from behind half-open doors. Smoke lazily drifted from chimneys, carrying the aroma of fresh bread and morning fires. At the village square, Elias set up his stand, arranging the fir branches so that each one stood proudly on its holder. The green of the needles was vibrant against the white of the snow, a reminder that even in the depths of winter, life continued, strong and beautiful. The villagers gathered, drawn by the novelty and the woodsy scent that reminded them of the forest that was their home's backdrop. One by one, the villagers approached, their eyes reflecting the flicker of hope that comes from something new and beautiful. They touched the branches, inhaled deeply, and shared stories of winters past and the forest that had watched over them for generations. Elias gave them each a fir stand, refusing the coins they offered in return. "Let this be a gift," he said, "from the heart of the forest to the heart of your homes." As the villagers returned to their cottages, the firs in hand, the spirit of the forest seemed to walk with them. In each home, a fir was placed with care, becoming a centerpiece around which the day's activities revolved. Children danced around them. Mothers and fathers admired the simple beauty, and the elders told tales of the woods under the watchful firs. In the days that followed, the village was alive with a new warmth. The stands that Elias had made were more than just decorations. They were symbols of the enduring strength of nature and the unspoken bond between the villagers and the woods that provided for them. It was said that the air in the village was a little sweeter, the nights a little less cold, and the stars shone a little brighter above the rooftops. Elias watched all of this from a distance, a quiet satisfaction in his heart. He had asked for nothing in return, yet he received the greatest gift of all, the joy of his friends and neighbors. And as the moon rose high on those frosty nights, the clearing in the forest where the majestic fir still stood was aglow with a mysterious light, as if it too was part of the villagers' quiet celebration. As the days edged closer to Christmas, the villagers found that the furs Elias had given them brought more than just the forest's fragrance into their homes. They brought a sense of unity, a shared piece of the wilderness that they all loved so dearly. It wasn't long before a quiet murmur began to spread among the homes and hearths, a whisper of an idea that soon grew into a communal desire. The villagers decided they wanted to give something back to the forest that had, for so long, given to them. They wanted to decorate the grand fir tree in the clearing, the very one that had inspired Elias. It was to be a gesture of gratitude, a celebration of the forest's bounty and beauty. Elias heard of their plan and felt a deep warmth spread through him. He agreed to lead them to the clearing on Christmas Eve. As twilight descended and the stars began to peek from the heavens, the villagers, each carrying a handmade ornament, followed Elias's steady strides into the heart of the forest. The snow crunched underfoot as the procession made its way through the woods. Lanterns and candles held by the villagers cast a soft, bobbing glow amongst the trees. Shadows playing across the snow like frolicking fairies. When they arrived at the clearing, a collective gasp rose from the group. The tree stood there, so majestic, as if it knew it was the night's honored guest. One by one, the villagers stepped forward to hang their ornaments upon the tree's sturdy branches. There were carved wooden figures, wreaths woven from evergreens, ribbons and bows, each addition a piece of someone's heart, a story, a memory, an offering of thanks. Elias watched as the tree transformed, its green needles now dotted with the colors of their celebration. The ornaments glittered in the lantern light, each one catching the gleam and reflecting it back tenfold. When all had been placed, the villagers stepped back, joining hands to form a circle around the tree. They stood together in silence, the only sound, the whisper of the wind through the branches, the soft breathing of the forest. It was as if time itself had paused, allowing them to savor the unity and peace of the moment. Elias felt it then, the true spirit of Christmas, alive and pulsing in the cold, crisp air. It was a moment of perfect peace, of joy, and of shared humanity. After a while, the villagers began to sing, softly at first, their voices tentatively mingling with the night, then stronger, surer. The melody rose to the treetops, to the stars, a song of life in the midst of winter, of warmth amidst the cold, of light in the darkness. The song lingered in the air as the villagers, their hearts light and faces aglow with the night's magic, began their journey back to the village. The path, illuminated by the soft light of their lanterns, seemed to welcome them. Each step homeward, a part of this magical evening. Children skipped ahead, laughter mingling with the lingering notes of their carol, while the elders followed, their eyes reflecting the joy and wonder of the night. Upon returning to the village, each family retreated to the warmth of their own homes, carrying with them the deep peace of the forest. Fires were stoked to life, casting a cozy glow through the windows. The ornaments they had left behind on the tree sparkled in their minds like treasures, symbols of a community united by tradition and the tender care of nature. Elias lingered outside his cottage for a moment, gazing up at the starry sky. The air was cold, but Elias felt a warmth from within that no winter could diminish. He took a deep breath, the air like mint on his tongue, and with a contented nod to the night, he stepped inside. His cabin welcomed him with the scent of wood smoke and the familiar creak of floorboards. He hung his coat by the door, his boots leaving small puddles of melted snow on the mat. The fireplace, with its embers still glowing, invited him to sit and warm his hands. Elias did so, adding a log to the fire and watching as the flames took hold, casting a dance of shadows upon the walls. He prepared himself a simple meal, something warm to end the night. As he ate, his gaze often drifted to the window, and his thoughts went to the great fir tree, standing adorned with the villagers' love. The tree, once just another part of the forest's expanse, now held a piece of each of them, standing as a testament to the village's heart and Elias's gentle guidance. With his meal finished and the fire reduced to a soothing glow, Elias readied himself for bed. His blankets, heavy with the promise of warmth, were a welcome weight as he settled into his bed. He closed his eyes and breathed in the stillness of his home. The silence, a soft echo of the forest's hush. as sleep found him. Elias's last thought was of the tree and the ornaments glinting in the moonlight. He slept with a smile, knowing that his simple act had brought a new life to the village story, reviving an old tree and perhaps even a few weary souls. He drifted off into dreams, the kind that are painted with strokes of joy. Deep in the peace that only comes from knowing you've made a difference in the world. In a time long past, there lived a man named Nicholas. He was born to a wealthy Christian family in the port city of Patara, in what is now modern-day Turkey, and he would go on to be revered as Saint Nicholas. Now the world was vastly different then. The Roman Empire was still a formidable presence, and Christianity had just begun to take root. Nicholas lived in the 4th century AD, and from a young age he showed an inclination toward kindness and piety that set him apart from others. His life took a dramatic turn when his parents passed away, leaving him a significant inheritance. Instead of indulging in luxuries, Nicholas felt a calling to help those less fortunate. It said that he gave away his wealth anonymously, always seeking to alleviate suffering wherever he found it. Over time, tales of his generosity spread, and he became a beloved figure in his community, eventually becoming a bishop. Now, let's visit Nicholas on a chilly winter's evening in the bustling port city of Myra. Its stone streets are dusted with a layer of snow. Candles flicker in windows, casting a soft glow on the cobblestones, and the distant sound of hymns carries through the air from the city's many churches. Tonight is a special night. It's close to Christmas, and the air itself seems charged with a sense of hope and anticipation. Saint Nicholas prepares for his nightly walk. His robe is simple, yet warm, dyed in muted colors that help him blend into the night. And before stepping out, Nicholas takes a moment to pray in the solitude of his modest chamber, lit only by a single candle and the ambient light of the moon filtering through a small window. He asks for guidance and strength, for the wisdom to know where his help is most needed on this holy night. Then he carefully fills a small sack with coins, loaves of bread, and tiny hand-carved wooden toys. As Nicholas steps into the streets, his heart feels light, despite the weight of his laden sack. The city is quieter than usual, with most of its citizens nestled in their homes, gathered around fires with their families. But Nicholas knows there are others, less fortunate, for whom this season brings not joy, but hardship. As he walks, he listens keenly to the night sounds, letting his intuition guide him down alleys and through narrow lanes. Finally, he arrives at a run-down dwelling where he knows an impoverished family resides. With a quick prayer, he gently tosses a bag of coins through their window, where it lands softly, almost as if by magic, in a pair of worn shoes set out to dry. His mission for this family complete, Nicholas retraces his steps back to the heart of the city, his mind already shifting to the needs of others. He stops by the local prison, where he has arranged for a special Christmas feast to be shared among the inmates, reminding them that they too are children of God, deserving of grace and forgiveness. There, he offers prayers and shares in the fellowship, warming the hearts of those who felt forgotten by the world. As the night wears on, the sky overhead sparkles with countless stars, as if the heavens themselves are watching over this humble yet extraordinary man. You see, Nicholas has a rare gift, one that extends beyond his charitable deeds. It's his ability to see the innate humanity in everyone, regardless of their social standing or financial situation. In a society where divisions are often stark, Nicholas sees only souls in need of love, dignity, and sometimes a little help. The coins he leaves for the impoverished family are no different in his eyes than the counsel he offers a wealthy merchant burdened by moral dilemmas, or the quiet prayers he shares with a soldier grappling with the weight of duty. He realizes that wealth and poverty are but external conditions, fleeting and changeable, and that the essence of a person lies in their actions, their kindness, and their capacity for love. In his eyes, every individual is a complex being, filled with virtues and flaws, potential, and each deserving of respect and compassion. It's this belief that drives him, that fuels his nightly walks to help the needy. Even in his interactions with children, Nicholas doesn't simply see the innocence of youth. He recognizes the adults they will become, the potential they hold, and the challenges they will face. The small wooden toys he carves aren't just playthings, but symbols of a bright future that he envisions for them. A future where kindness begets kindness and goodness is the currency of a life well lived. And tonight, as he navigates the labyrinthine streets of Myra, on this sacred night, Nicholas feels connected to himself and to the community he serves. With each step he takes, he reaffirms his conviction that every soul has worth and every heart has the capacity for change. For Saint Nicholas, the world is not just a physical space filled with towns, rivers, and mountains. It's a living, breathing entity where every action has a ripple effect, and every individual is part of an intricate web of existence. He believes that the earth is a divine creation, entrusted to humanity as both a home and a responsibility. In that sense, he views his actions not as isolated deeds, but as small, crucial components in the grand design of life, love, and divinity. He perceives his own life as a purpose-driven journey, and as he walks the streets tonight, looking around him, he encounters a small child who seems to be lost. He asks her if he can help her find her way. And as she looks up at him, this tall, kindly-looking man with a beard as white as snow and a deep maroon robe around him, she immediately feels comforted and safe. The little girl tells Saint Nicholas that she was out playing and can't find her way back to her house. Saint Nicholas asks who her parents are, and when she tells him, he knows exactly the right way to go. He scoops the little girl up into his arms and caringly carries her towards the home of her parents. And as they walk, one very old and one very young human, Saint Nicholas realizes that we are no different, no matter our age, no matter where we're from. We are all seeking connection, seeking comfort, all on the same path. He smiles at the little girl, and she smiles back. The reflection of the stars above twinkling in her eyes. And when they arrive at the little girl's house, Saint Nicholas puts her down, and her mother gratefully lets her in, smiling and thanking Saint Nicholas for bringing her home. He reaches into his bag and takes out a little wooden horse, which he hands to the girl. She is delighted, and he bids them good night. Now, as the late hours of the night unfold, and the great man feels a little warm glow of joy within him, he decides it's time to make his way back to his chamber. He walks the streets. He has walked thousands of times before. There is something about this place, he thinks to himself. It is home for him. Home. How important it is for a human being, he thinks to himself. And soon he is in his home. The stone walls emanate a kind of warmth, reflecting the internal warmth he feels from his night of good deeds. He senses that it's time for him to rest, both to honor his own humanity and to recharge for the days of service that lie ahead. With practiced ease, Nicholas gathers a few logs of wood from a small pile near the fireplace. Each log is an old friend, a remnant of trees that had lived their natural lives and now continue their cycle of giving in another form. He arranges them carefully inside the hearth, whispering a brief prayer of thanks for the fire that will soon be. A fire that not only warms the body, but also illuminates the soul. Nicholas strikes a flint, and the spark catches almost immediately, as if the wood is eager to offer its energy. He blows gently on the fledgling flame, watching it grow stronger, its light dancing across the room. The fire crackles, as if speaking a language older than words, a symphony of snaps and pops that feels perhaps like the earth's own heartbeat. As the fire roars to life, Nicholas sits back in a simple but well-crafted wooden chair that he himself had made years ago. He wraps himself in a thick woolen blanket, its fibers holding the memories of the sheep that generously offered their coats. With a contented sigh, he gazes into the flames, each flicker sending waves of warmth through him. As if the fire is reciprocating the love he pours into the world. Nicholas's eyes grow heavy, but before he closes them, he sends a final prayer of gratitude and hope. Gratitude for the life he's been given, and hope for a world that each day grows a little kinder, a little more loving. Then, enveloped by the soft glow of the fire and the deep silence that only comes in the heart of the night, Saint Nicholas drifts into sleep. His dreams filled with visions of a world awakened by love, just as he is awakened each day by his divine purpose. One cold and snowy Christmas Eve, a young boy and a young girl, who were brother and sister, played happily in their front garden. They were overjoyed at the amount of snow that had fallen on this special day, and so they decided to build a snowman and a snow woman. With their little mittened hands cold, but spirits undeterred, they rolled and patted snow into the shapes of a man and a woman. With each roll across the lawn, the snowballs gathered mass, and with a collective heave, they hoisted the spheres atop one another. The boy, with a careful touch, placed pebbles to form gentle eyes and a wide, joyous smile on the snowman. The girl, with equal tenderness, adorned her snow woman with a garland of holly berries for a mouth and 2 bright buttons for eyes. The finishing touches were a carrot nose for the snowman, but they ran out of carrots and found a small orange for the nose of the snow woman. Then the boy plucked a top hat from his grandfather's closet for the snowman, and the girl took a knitted scarf for the snow woman. And as the sun set on this beautiful Christmas Eve, the world painted in shades of twilight blue and soft pink, the boy and the girl stood back, hands on hips, and admired their handiwork, giggling at a funny thought of what would happen if the snow couple came to life. As the children were called inside by the warm, spicy scent of hot chocolate, the night truly began to weave its magic. The first stars began to appear in the night sky, and the children's cat, the silent observer from the windowsill, narrowed its eyes as it watched the snowman and snowwoman. Minutes ticked by, and the cat's gaze remained fixed. There was a stillness in the air, a hush that falls upon the world when something wondrous is about to happen. And then, ever so slightly, the snowman's carrot nose twitched. It was almost imperceptible at first, but the cat's sharp eyes didn't miss the twitch that followed. A twitch that turned into a wriggle, and then a full-on adjustment, as if the snowman were getting comfortable in his snowy skin. The cat, ears perked and tail twitching in sync with the snowman's nose, watched as the snow woman's branches raised in a stretch, scattering a fine dusting of snow from her arms. The scene was serene, a secret between the creatures of the night and the twilight itself. Inside the house, the children were nestled by the fireplace, sipping on hot cocoa, completely oblivious to the unfolding magic outside. But the cat, a silent sentinel, kept watch as the two snowy figures turned their gaze upon each other, their coal eyes gleaming with new-found life. Now, under the watchful stars, the snowman and snowwoman decided, without saying a word to each other, to fulfill their Christmas destiny, which was to bring kindness and healing to as many people or animals who needed it this Christmas Eve. And so they stepped off their snowy mound with a purpose. Their first few steps were hesitant, like newborn fawns, but soon enough they found their rhythm. The world around them sparkled with the crisp, untouched frost of Christmas Eve, and the silent promise of Yuletide magic hung heavily in the air. They didn't need words to communicate Their shared mission was understood. Their snowy hands, though not made for holding, somehow clasped together, and a bond formed, not of ice, but of intent. The duo started traveling past the sleeping houses of the cozy village. This snow couple, crafted from children's laughter and winter's touch, were enjoying their moonlit promenade. The snow beneath them crunched softly, leaving a trail of paired footprints in their wake, and their journey of benevolence commenced down the street, lit only by the warm glow of street lamps and the hushed serenity of the sleeping town. Their first encounter was with a shivering stray dog, its fur dusted with snow, looking forlorn and forgotten. The Snow Woman bent down, her snowy hands surprisingly warm, and she fashioned a small, cozy shelter from the snow itself, insulated with little bits of fabric that the children had put on her as clothing. The snowman, with a gentle pat, filled a discarded bowl with fresh snow that, to the dog's delight, turned into a warm meal as if by magic. The dog wagged its tail, curling up in its new haven, eyes closing with a comfort it hadn't known in ages. The snow couple continued on, moving through the silvery light. They paused by a home where an elderly woman sat alone, her eyes reflecting the single candle that flickered in her window. Without a word, the snowman and snow woman gathered beneath her window and began to dance a waltz of such grace and beauty that it cast a spell of light around the house. The woman's face broke into a smile, the first in what seemed like a long time, as she watched the enchanted dance, feeling a warmth kindle in her heart that she thought had been long extinguished. Onward they went, the snowman's top hat occasionally tipping in the breeze, the snow woman's scarf trailing behind her like a royal train. They then stopped by the home of a tired nurse just returning from a long shift at the hospital. As she watched from her doorstep, the Snow couple crafted a series of delicate ice sculptures, a temporary gallery of resplendence that glittered in the moonlight. For a moment, her exhaustion abated, replaced by wonder and a serene appreciation for the beauty of life. With each act of kindness, the Snow couple felt their purpose grow, their hearts beating with the love gifted by the spirit of Christmas. The night was far from over, and many more hearts awaited the gentle touch of their loving kindness. They then came upon a modest house, lights dim, where the spirit of Christmas seemed to hesitate at the door. Inside, a family were huddled together. The children's eyes were not wide with excitement, but with a quiet understanding beyond their years. Stockings hung limply by the unlit hearth, and the air was heavy with silent wishes. Without a second thought, the snowman gestured towards the snow-laden ground, lifting a snowy hand. And as he did, the snowflakes swirled and danced, coming together to form parcels wrapped in glistening frost. The Snow Woman joined in, her movements graceful, coaxing the chilly air to breathe warmth into the hearth. The once cold room filled with a toasty embrace. The stockings, now plump and cheerfully rounded with unseen treasures. The children, peeking out from behind a threadbare curtain, gasped in astonishment as toys and sweets and all manner of delightful treats appeared beneath a tree that the Snow couple conjured from the winter air. The tree sparkled with a brilliance that rivaled the stars outside, its branches laden with twinkling ice crystals. The parents, tears in their eyes, whispered thanks into the night, their burdens momentarily lightened by this mysterious Yuletide miracle. The Snow couple their work at this house complete, shared a glance that spoke volumes of their joy in giving, and with a gentle nod to the family, they continued their walk. The air around them seemed to hum with the magic of their good deeds. The very stars above shimmering a bit brighter with each life they touched. Back at the house, the brother and sister who had made the snowman and snowwoman lay in their beds in the cozy confines of the family home. The breath of sleep, deep and even. The room was filled with the soft whisper of snow against the window pane, a lullaby for their dreams. In the hush of their shared room, the glow of moonlight spilled over their peaceful faces, casting gentle shadows that played across their features. The boy, his chest rising and falling rhythmically, was lost in a dream where the snow couple danced under the twinkling Christmas lights, their snowy arms swaying. They were surrounded by laughter and the chiming of merry bells, the scent of pine and gingerbread wafting around them, infusing their frosty world with the warmth of the holiday spirit. The girl, curled under her quilt, her eyelids flickering with visions, journeyed through a dreamland where her snowy creations brought joy to the world. The Snow Woman was leading a parade of woodland animals, each wearing a festive collar of holly and ivy, while the snowman filled empty hands with gifts that sparkled like ice but warmed the heart. Their dreams intertwined, painting a silent nocturne of wonder and joy, a reflection of their innocent hope and belief in the magic of Christmas. Unseen, the spirit of their creations, the snow couple, lingered in the room, standing guard over the children's slumber, ensuring their dreams were nothing but sweet and joyful on this blessed eve. Under the cloak of the silvery night, the snowman and snowwoman made their way back through the slumbering town. The air was still, hushed, as if the world itself held its breath to preserve the magic that had unfolded. They passed homes aglow with Christmas lights, each a beacon of warmth in the wintry dark, and with every step they carried with them the silent echoes of gratitude from those they had helped. Arriving back in the garden where their journey had begun, they positioned themselves beneath the glow of the lamppost, its light a soft halo in the dark, illuminating their snowy forms. The world around them was wrapped in the profound quiet of Christmas Eve, the kind of quiet that feels full and deep, a prelude to the joy of Christmas morning. The snowman took his place, his coal eyes fixed in a look of contentment. The snow woman, with her elegant scarf and delicate features, stood beside him, a snow-made smile gracing her face. As the first hints of the dawn began to show, they slowly let go of the life that had animated them. Their mission of kindness complete for now, and with the grace of a whispered lullaby, they returned to stillness, becoming once more just a snowman and snow woman. The magic they held momentarily fading into the calmness of their motionless watch. The garden was silent once more, and as the night receded, their forms stood as silent sentinels of the night's miracles, guardians of the garden and the dreams of the children who had sculpted them with love and imagination. And there, in the tranquil dawn of Christmas Day, the snowman and snow woman rested in peaceful repose. As the first blush of Christmas Day filtered through the curtains, the brother and sister stirred from their dreams, eyes fluttering open. They met the morning with a shared silence, the kind that hums with unspoken wonder. They turned to each other, as if on cue, their voices still muffled by sleep and dreams. I dreamed of the snowman and snowwoman, the girl whispered, a smile blooming slowly across her face. The boy nodded, his own smile an echo of hers. They were walking through the town, helping people, and it all seemed so real, he said, with a look that bridged the gap between questioning and belief. They padded over to the frost-kissed window, their breath fogging up the glass. There stood the snowman and snowwoman, exactly where they had been left the day before, under the still faintly glowing lamppost. They looked nothing more than the snowy figures from yesterday's play. Yet something about them was undeniably different. A feeling, perhaps, or a hint of something more. The children pressed their hands against the cold window, eyes wide, with a complex mix of doubt and hope. They turned to each other again, each searching the other's face for confirmation. Was it all true? They asked together, the question hanging in the air, like the last note of a Christmas carol. Outside, the snowman and snowwoman stood in silent testimony, the secrets of their nighttime journey locked within their snowy frames. The children, with the faith only the young truly hold, smiled. Whether it was a dream or not didn't seem to matter. What mattered was the feeling it left in their hearts, a feeling as true and certain as the dawn of Christmas Day itself. There once was a little boy who lived in a far-off land. In fact, this land was so far away that at Christmas it was hot and sunny. Now, this boy had only one dream, and that dream was a simple one. Yet, some might say, quite difficult to achieve. For the boy wished to spend Christmas at least once in his life in a snowy and cold place, as close as possible to the North Pole. Now you might say, well, surely he could just jump on a plane and fly to this snowy place. Sure, that would have been easy if the boy lived today. But I forgot to mention a couple of important points. Firstly, the boy lived in Australia. And secondly, the year was 1922. Commercial flying is but a distant dream, and the boy lived on the bottom of the world. Young Jack, with his head full of dreams of snow and ice, could often be found sitting on the sandy shores of his Australian hometown, gazing out at the ocean. The vastness of the sea seemed to whisper possibilities to him, igniting his imagination with tales of distant, frozen lands. Each wave that lapped at the shore brought with it a story from afar, fueling Jack's longing to witness the snowy wonder of the North Pole. Jack's fascination with the North Pole was nurtured by the stories he read. He spent countless hours in the small local library, poring over books about explorers and their polar adventures. The librarian, Mrs. Ellis, had taken a liking to young Jack and often set aside books that she thought would interest him. "One day you'll have your own tales to tell, Jack," she'd say with a smile. Jack treasured these moments, the stories fueling his dream, making it more vivid with each passing day. Around Christmas each year, while other children in town were excited about summer holidays and beach outings, Jack would sit on the beach and enjoy the amazing Australian summer, but his thoughts were of a different world entirely. He would imagine the crunch of snow underfoot, the crisp, cold air, and the serene silence of a snow-covered landscape. It wasn't just the snow that captivated him, but the whole idea of a Christmas so different from what he knew. One with hot cocoa by a fire, woolen mittens, and the soft glow of lights against the snow. He longed to experience this other world, a stark contrast to the sun-drenched Christmas of Australia. As Jack grew older, this dream did not fade. It became a part of him. When he wasn't by the sea or lost in books, he could be found helping his father at their family-owned hardware store. There, while stocking shelves or sweeping floors, his mind was always wandering to the icy realms of the far north. he knew that to realize his dream, he would need to be determined, resourceful, and patient. On his 18th birthday, Jack made a vow to himself. He stood on the beach, watching the sunset paint the sky in beautiful oranges and pinks, and promised himself that he would see the North Pole. No matter how long it takes, he whispered to the sea, I will stand on the snow and touch the cold sky. That night, under the stars, Jack felt a deep sense of purpose. His journey, he knew, would be a long one, filled with challenges and adventures, but his heart was set. The boy from the warm coast of Australia was determined to chase the cold embrace of the distant north. In the months leading up to his departure, Jack's life was consumed by preparation. His small room transformed into a command center of maps, charts, and books about distant lands. He spent countless hours plotting his route, marking the places he would visit on his way to the North Pole. Every evening, after helping his father at the store, Jack dedicated himself to learning everything he could about navigation, survival skills, and the cultures he would encounter. His walls were lined with notes and clippings, each a piece of the puzzle in his grand adventure. Jack's preparations weren't just academic. He trained physically, knowing the journey ahead would test his limits. He ran along the beaches, swam in the ocean, and hiked in the nearby hills. His body grew stronger, more resilient, ready for the challenges of the long voyage. He also saved every penny he could, working extra hours and taking on odd jobs. The locals, who had watched Jack grow up, supported his dream, offering him work, advice, and sometimes old equipment that might be useful on his journey. As the day of departure neared, Jack's excitement was tinged with nervous anticipation. He meticulously checked and rechecked his gear, a sturdy backpack, a reliable compass, basic camping equipment, and a journal to document his travels. He also carried a small hand-carved wooden box a gift from Mrs. Ellis, which contained a few precious keepsakes to remind him of home. The night before he left, Jack couldn't sleep. He lay in his bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing with thoughts of the journey ahead. He imagined the places he would see, the people he would meet, and the experiences that awaited him. It was a mix of fear and exhilaration, a feeling that he was standing on the edge of a great unknown. Dawn broke on the day of Jack's departure, casting a golden light over the town. The community gathered at the docks to see him off, their faces a mixture of pride and concern. Jack's parents hugged him tightly, their eyes brimming with tears. His father, a man of few words, clasped Jack's shoulder firmly. "Make your dream real," he said, his voice thick with emotion. Jack nodded, unable to speak past the lump in his throat. He stepped onto the ship, his heart pounding in his chest, and as the vessel pulled away from the dock, he waved until his hometown was just a speck on the horizon. As the ship, carrying Jack, ventured out into the open sea, he stood at the railing, watching the coastline of Australia fade into the distance. The vastness of the ocean lay before him, a seemingly endless expanse of blue. The ship, a sturdy old vessel named the Southern Star, was filled with the sounds of creaking wood and the salty tang of the sea. Jack felt a thrilling sense of adventure as the ship cut through the waves, each crest pushing him further towards his dream. The early days of the voyage were filled with wonder. Jack spent hours on deck, feeling the cool sea breeze against his face and watching the play of sunlight on the water. He often sat with the captain, an experienced seafarer named Captain Hughes, who shared stories of his own travels and taught Jack the nuances of sea navigation. The nights were a different kind of magic. with the sky above a canvas of stars, unmarred by the lights of civilization. Jack would lay on the deck, the gentle rocking of the ship lulling him, as he gazed up at the constellations, feeling small yet connected to the vast world around him. Here, he was able to understand more the meaning of existence. Not that anyone can ever fully know, but he started to get a sense of his meaning. He started to watch how all the men on the ship worked together, how humans are better working with each other. And he felt a profound sense of being on a planet, and his place within it. The Southern Star made several stops at ports along the way, each a new world for Jack to explore. He marveled at the bustling markets of Indonesia, the vibrant culture of Singapore, and the busy streets of India. He smelled smells he had never smelled before. He felt a type of heat he had never experienced before. But one of the overriding things that he witnessed was that no matter the color of our skin, or the place we are born, or the culture we grow up in, we are all essentially the same. Humans, most of us doing our best to move through life, trying to stick to our values, trying to be kind when we can. Jack's collection of experiences grew richer with each stop. He interacted with locals, sometimes trading stories or helping with work in exchange for meals or a few nights' lodging. Here he truly witnessed the kindness of strangers, and how nearly every stranger is just a friend you haven't met. As the ship ventured further west, the climate and landscape began to change. The humid air of the tropics gave way to the drier, cooler breezes of the Middle East. Jack witnessed the golden deserts of Arabia, the stark contrast to the lush greens he had left behind. He learned of ancient traditions and customs, of the lives shaped by the desert and the sea. These lands were steeped in history, and Jack found himself captivated by the tales of old, the legends and myths that seemed to echo in the wind. Now the voyage was not without its challenges. There were days of relentless rain, nights of fierce storms that made the ship groan and creak under the fury of nature. Jack learned to respect the power of the ocean, a force both beautiful and formidable. And through it all, he maintained a journal, documenting every experience, every thought, and every lesson learned on the journey. His dream of reaching the snowy landscapes of the North Pole seemed ever more real with each passing day. A distant point on the map drawing closer with each mile traveled. Jack's journal. 20th of June, 1933. Somewhere in the Mediterranean Sea. Today, something extraordinary happened. Something that I believe has changed the way I see the world. This morning, as the Southern Star sailed through the tranquil waters of the Mediterranean, Captain Hughes invited me to join him in a small rowboat to visit a secluded island he had come across in his early days of sailing. The island, a tiny speck of land with a rocky shore and a heart of lush greenery, was uninhabited, or so we thought. As we rowed closer, we saw an old man sitting on the beach, his eyes fixed on the horizon. He was a hermit, Captain Hughes explained, one of the few who still live in such a solitary way. We approached him cautiously, not wanting to intrude, but he welcomed us with a smile and gestured for us to sit beside him on the warm sand. His name was Elias, and he had been living on the island for many years, finding peace in the simplicity of solitude. Elias spoke of his life, of the things he had given up, and the wisdom he had gained. In solitude, I found clarity, he said, his voice as calm as the sea before us, In silence, I heard the truth of my heart. We chase so many desires, hold so many fears, but in the end, what truly matters is the peace we find within ourselves. His words struck a chord in me. Here was a man who had lived a life so different from anyone else I had met. Yet, he seemed to possess a deep understanding of life, an understanding that I yearned to reach. We talked for hours, the conversation flowing as easily as the gentle waves lapping at the shore. As the sun began to set, Captain Hughes and I bid Elias farewell. Rowing back to the ship under the early stars, I returned to my cabin that night with a heart full of thoughts. Elias's words lingered in my mind, a reminder that sometimes stepping away from the world can bring us closer to understanding it. This journey, I realized, is more than just a pursuit of a childhood dream. It is a journey of discovery, of learning about the world, and, in turn, about myself. Each person I meet, each experience I have, is a step towards a greater understanding, a step towards the wisdom I seek. As I write this, the southern star sails on, carrying me towards my dream. "3 years since leaving Australia, Jack finally found himself on the final leg of his journey to the North Pole. It was a crisp, clear morning when he set foot on a ship in Northern Europe, one that would take him through the icy waters to his long-awaited destination. His time in Europe had been another chapter of wonder. He had marveled at the Eiffel Tower in Paris, its iron lattice a symbol of human ingenuity and creativity. Standing beneath it, he had felt a connection to all the dreamers of the world, those who dared to build the impossible. Now, as the ship plowed through the Arctic Ocean, Jack found himself reflecting on his journey. He had changed in ways he couldn't have imagined when he first left his coastal town. The people he met, the cultures he experienced, the challenges he overcame, all had shaped him into someone new. He realized now that what he sought wasn't just the experience of snow and cold, but a deeper understanding of the world and himself. As the ship approached the icy expanse of the North Pole, Jack stood on deck. The cold Arctic air biting at his cheeks. Before him lay a vast, white wilderness, a world of endless snow and ice, stark and so beautiful. Yet, as he gazed upon this frozen landscape, on this Christmas morning, a profound realization dawned on him. It wasn't just about reaching this point on the map. It was about every moment that led him here. The journey itself. Yes, the snowy plains of the North Pole were breathtaking, but they held no more wonder than the tropical islands of the Pacific, the bustling markets of Africa, or the historic streets of Europe. Each step of his journey had been a destination in its own right, filled with lessons, joys, and discoveries. The true treasure wasn't the end of the journey, but the journey itself. Every other human he met, every shared moment, every smiling face, every kindness showed to him, every challenge he faced, every sunrise and sunset he witnessed. As Jack stood there at the top of the world, he felt a deep sense of fulfillment. In his mind's eye, he saw himself as that boy back on the beaches of Australia on Christmas Day, feeling the warmth of the sun on his face. And he knew now that that experience of Christmas was just as valid and just as enriching and just as beautiful as any snowy Christmas ever experienced. He had achieved his childhood dream, but more importantly, he had discovered the joy of the journey. the North Pole was a symbol of that journey, a marker of how far he had come, not just in miles, but in life. And so on that Christmas morning in 1935, Jack knew in his heart that when he would one day return home, he would carry with him not just stories of the places he had seen, but the wisdom, the kindness, and the utter humanity that he had gained along the way. It's Christmas Eve, and you, as a child, are cozily wrapped in your bed and beginning to dream of the presents you will be receiving under the Christmas tree in the morning, left by Santa the night before. Just as you are falling into a deep sleep, you hear the sound of a kindly voice, and it seems to be coming from the rooftop. You feel completely safe, and you decide to go and investigate, because if you are not mistaken, you are hearing the sound of the man himself, Santa Claus. You walk out into the moonlit, snowy garden and look up on your roof, and lo and behold, it is him, his reindeer, and one little elf, accompanied by a sleigh packed with presents. He smiles and waves at you from the roof, and then, as if by magic, is standing next to you in your garden and warmly introducing himself. Hello there. I'm Claus, Santa Claus, but you can just call me Nick. Now, I have a slight problem. You see, my elf friend up there has just come down with some sort of fatigue. Funny, but he always seems to conveniently suffer from something around this time of year, and I have a lot of work to do tonight. I hear that you are extremely reliable. I don't suppose you could help me out for a few hours? I tell you what, I'll give you a free world tour, a trip to Lapland, and by the time everyone here in your house wakes up, you'll be safely tucked back in bed. What do you say? Your eyes go wide with amazement, and your heart swells with excitement. You can hardly believe what you're hearing. Santa Claus, the Santa Claus, is asking for your help. And a trip to Lapland? That's a dream come true. You look up at him, his eyes twinkling like the stars behind him, high above. And with a burst of enthusiasm, you say, "Yes, Nick, I'd love to help." And in a flash, you're lifted off your feet, and the next thing you know, you're sitting in a magical sleigh, right next to Santa, with the poor elf sitting in the back, nursing his fatigue. The reindeer look just as majestic and lively as you'd always imagined. Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, Vixen, Comet, Cupid, Donner, and Blitzen. Oh, and Rudolph. They're all there, chomping at the bit to take flight. With a hearty "ho, ho, ho," Santa gives the signal, and you're soaring high above your sleepy homeland, houses and streets blanketed in snow below. As you begin to circle the globe, you start to help Santa with navigation, finding his way with his magical map, which seems to know exactly where every good boy and girl lives. You pass over great oceans, shimmering under the moonlight, and sprawling landscapes you've only ever seen in books. The whole world feels so peaceful, as if it is taking a deep, restful breath in preparation for Christmas morning. At first, as you begin to deliver presents, moving through the sky and stopping in various countries, it feels like it doesn't quite make sense geographically. Moving from one continent to another on the other side of the world. But in Santa's head, it's all very clear. After covering much of Asia in what seems like very little time, you ask Santa how you are managing to get to all of these houses. We stop time, he says. You stop time? You ask him. Yes, been doing it for years, he says, as the wind passes both your faces, whilst flying past Mount Everest and the moonlit Himalaya mountains. What a fascinating thing, you think to yourself. And in what feels like a blink, you are in Tokyo, Japan. The twinkling skyline stretches below, and Santa expertly guides his reindeer down onto a quiet rooftop. All the children in this household, like every household, are asleep. But you can almost see their dreams as vividly as if they were painted in the air. One child is soaring over cherry blossom trees, guided by an origami crane. Dreams are the best way to travel, Santa murmurs to himself as he leaves the gifts for the children. Next up, Kyoto, Japan. And as the sleigh glides through the skies, it almost seems to surf on the Milky Way, landing softly on a traditional wooden rooftop in Kyoto. Santa slips out a fan from his pocket, unfolds it, and gracefully steps through it, as if passing through a doorway. The children here are dreaming of samurai adventures and peaceful Zen gardens. He leaves behind miniature Zen gardens and classic Japanese folk tales. Once back in the sleigh, the reindeer faithfully carrying you high up again. You sit back and enjoy this moment. You feel so safe sitting next to Santa. He has a rare kind of energy, a deeply kind and calming energy. There is something timeless about him, something deeply human. He does, in a way, you think, represent the best of humanity. Kindness, generosity, love for your fellow human, joy, sincerity, humility. Your next stop is San Francisco. The iconic Golden Gate Bridge comes into view, bathed in a soft glow. Ah, the city by the bay, Santa murmurs fondly. The children here are dreaming of tech innovations and walking through the foggy but enchanting streets of their city. You and Santa work together to deliver to all the houses throughout the city. And after what feels like a few minutes, you and Santa have delivered presents to all of the children in the United States. Ah, there we go. The United States has such a mix of traditions from all over the world. It's always a special stop, Santa notes, as the sleigh lifts into the sky again. Next stop, Nairobi, Kenya. Descending into the warm night, you notice children tucked under colorful Maasai blankets. Their dreams are alive with landscapes, one running freely with a herd of elephants under the African sky. Santa smiles knowingly. Dreams carry us back to our roots and leaves small wrapped packages. Onto Berlin, Germany. The winter chill is in full swing here, and children are bundled up in their beds. In their dreams, they're exploring fairy tale castles, scaling walls, and slaying imaginary dragons. Dreams empower us, Santa whispers, as he places intricately crafted wooden toys by their bedside. Then you are in Sydney, Australia. It's summer down under, and many of the children dream of beach adventures. One child imagines himself surfing with dolphins on crystal clear waves. Santa's eyes twinkle. Dreams make the impossible possible, he says, leaving behind beach toys and snorkeling gear. Then onto Wellington, New Zealand. The lush, green landscape seems almost otherworldly. The children here dream of magical quests, walking alongside creatures from Maori legends. Dreams weave the fabric of our stories, Santa states, as he leaves behind books and craft supplies. In each house, Santa leaves a little pouch of dream dust, ensuring sweet, empowering dreams for the rest of the year. Dreams, he says to you, as you fly high in the night sky, are humanity's ways of reaching for something more. Never underestimate their power. Next, you are in Dublin, Ireland. The streets are brimming with Christmas decorations, and the sound of traditional Irish music fills the air. Inside a warm, cozy home, a child is sleeping, dreaming of trying to play the tin whistle. And you help Santa to place a beautiful Irish flute beside him, ready for the next level of his musical adventure. Soon you find yourselves in Athens, Greece. The ruins of the Acropolis loom in the distance, eternal in their glory. A child is dreaming of sculpting figures from clay, and Santa sets down an artist's pottery wheel next to him, a tool to perfect his art. In Buenos Aires, the rhythm of tango music seems to fill the air, even at this late hour. The homes here have an artistic flair, with brightly colored walls. Santa pulls a golden key from his pocket. It morphs into the shape needed to open the door. This key opens every door in the world, he says with a wink. The children here are dreaming of dancing in grand ballrooms, dressed in elegant gowns and suits. Santa leaves behind musical instruments and dance shoes. Next, Cairo, Egypt. The desert air is cool at night, and the great pyramids loom in the distance. Santa's reindeer land softly on a rooftop, and he touches the brickwork. A doorway opens as if by magic. Always knock first, he jokes, entering silently. The children here dream of discovering hidden treasures and ancient secrets Santa leaves behind, puzzles and excavation kits. Then you are in Mumbai, India, the city that never sleeps is quieter this night. Santa's sleigh lands on a terrace where a teenager who should be asleep is stargazing through a small telescope. Without disturbing him, Santa leaves a more powerful telescope behind him, eager for the young astronomer to discover new celestial wonders. As you continue this incredible journey, Santa, or Nick as he prefers, begins to share some wisdom between stops. You see, he says, gliding over the Swiss Alps, it's not just about the gifts. It's about giving people the tools to realize their dreams, to encourage them to become who they're meant to be. He talks about the spirit of generosity. Giving, he says, landing the sleigh in the vast African savanna, is not just a physical act. It's an emotional one too. Sometimes a smile or a kind word can be as impactful as any gift. Then, over the Indian Ocean, as our constant friend the moon smiles down upon you, Santa discusses the importance of community and unity. You'll notice, he points out, that some of the best experiences are shared. The holidays are a time to be together, to celebrate our shared humanity, despite our differences. And as you move through your last few stops, Santa speaks about the value of hope. Hope, he says, gently steering the reindeer. is what keeps us moving forward, striving for a better tomorrow. Never lose hope, for it's the fire that fuels the spirit. You know, he says, looking down at the houses, twinkling like constellations in the darkness below. Humanity is a fascinating thing. It's full of contrasts, moments of great kindness and terrible sorrow, immense courage and inexplicable fear. But it's in these contrasts that the beauty of being human lies. And as you soar over rolling hills and rivers, moving toward Lapland now, he continues, you see, no one is perfect. Not a single soul on this earth. And that's okay. It's our flaws that make us unique. Our struggles that give us stories to tell. Humanity is a mosaic of experiences and emotions, and each piece, no matter how seemingly insignificant, adds something essential to the bigger picture. And with that, a snowy world comes into view, and the moon seems to shine brighter, and you can sense a magical atmosphere building. Hold on tight, Santa says, with a twinkle in his eye. We're headed to my neck of the woods, Lapland. The sleigh lands smoothly in a winter wonderland, surrounded by towering pine trees and a sky so clear you can see every star. The air is crisp and smells of pine and winter spices. Santa hops off the sleigh and you follow, stepping into the deepest, softest snow you've ever seen. Welcome to Lapland, the home of every child's Christmas dream, he says, sweeping his arms out to showcase his homeland. You start walking, following a trail lit by glowing lanterns. The path leads to a cozy wooden cabin with a smoking chimney. as you get closer, you can see elves busily working through the windows, crafting toys and wrapping presents. This is where all the magic happens, Santa says. Our toy factory operates year-round to prepare for Christmas Eve. You then see the poor elf, who was suffering from fatigue, being led away by his caring wife. Santa then takes you to a small clearing where reindeer are resting, some nuzzling their young. They're more than just animals. They're family. They play a big role in spreading joy and happiness around the world, and they take their job very seriously. Santa adds with pride. Finally, you arrive at another cabin, this one smaller and more intimate. Inside, a fire is roaring, and a woman appears from the kitchen, wiping her hands on an apron. Her eyes are just as twinkling as Santa's, and her warm smile immediately makes you feel like you've known her for years. Meet Mrs. Claus, Santa says, beaming with pride. She's the backbone of this operation, the one who keeps me grounded. Mrs. Claus greets you warmly, extending her hand for a gentle shake. It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard a lot about your adventures tonight. Would you like some cookies and milk? They're freshly made. As you all sit around a wooden table, Mrs. Claus brings out a tray laden with cookies shaped like stars, snowflakes, and little trees. And after some heartwarming chats and a great feeling of being a part of this magical place, before you know it, it's time to leave. As you stand up, Mrs. Claus gives you a hug that feels like the essence of Christmas. Warm, comforting, and full of love. Remember, the spirit of Christmas lives in the heart. Keep it alive, and you'll always find your way, she whispers, as if sharing the most treasured secret. As you step outside the cabin, Santa gives you a wink, and suddenly you're back in the sled, the reindeer raring to go. The sled lifts off into the Arctic sky, and in what feels like just a few seconds, you find yourself hovering over your home. Santa guides the sled to a gentle stop on your roof. "We're here," he says, his eyes twinkling in the soft light of the sled's lanterns. Time really flies when you're having fun, doesn't it? He lets out a hearty chuckle at his own joke. Before you go, Santa reaches into his pocket and hands you a small, beautifully crafted snow globe. Inside it is a miniature replica of his workshop in Lapland. Whenever you shake this, remember tonight's journey and the lessons we've learned. Thank you for your help. You nod, perhaps feeling a mixture of happiness and sadness, as you know this incredible adventure has come to an end. With another wink and a wave, Santa utters a magical phrase, and the next thing you know, you're back in your bed, snuggling cozily beneath your blankets. Your eyes grow heavy, and you feel yourself drifting off to sleep, warmed by the spirit of Christmas and the lessons you've learned. The end of one journey, you think, is just the beginning of another. As you close your eyes and drift into a peaceful, deep sleep. One Christmas Eve, in the little village, as usual, it was raining. Just the way the villagers and the visitors to the Bookshop of Sleep liked it. The rain, you see, the sound of it, helped them find sleep so much easier. Like every Christmas Eve, the Bookshop of Sleep was open to those from near and far, seeking coziness and sleep within its magical world. Behind the little door of the storefront, the old lady was there at her little desk, and as the evening progressed, a warm, festive feeling pervaded in the little village. and one by one the villagers walked towards the Bookshop of Sleep. But of course, that night, the villagers would be choosing to read Christmas books. Oh, I should tell you, in case you are new to the Bookshop of Sleep, that a great and generous kind of magic lived here. The villagers loved how the Bookshop of Sleep, or the old lady, would sometimes choose the books for them to read. They also loved that the books were read to them. Now that it was Christmas, the Bookshop of Sleep was beautifully decorated. To behold this otherworldly place that sat behind the little storefront was to behold something truly spectacular. Upon entering the bookshop that Christmas Eve, the villagers were immediately enveloped in a warmth that seemed to radiate from the very soul of the room. The great ancient oak tree stood proud in the center of the bookshop, its sturdy branches stretching out like wise old arms, ready to embrace the weary and the dreamful. A constellation of softly glowing lanterns hung from the boughs of the tree, each one crafted from stained glass that cast a kaleidoscope of gentle colors upon the walls and floors. The oak itself was adorned with delicate hanging candles, encased in glass orbs, flickering and dancing, their flames protected from the whispers of the winter breeze that occasionally swept through the open door. These living lights brought the oak to life, its bark a canvas of light and shadow, creating an ambience that was grounding and soothing. Around the base of the oak, plush cushions and thick woolen throws invited the villagers to recline and repose. The soft murmur of conversation blended with the rustling of pages as the villagers began to settle in for the night. Oh, did I tell you? The Bookshop of Sleep only opened at 8 p.m. and stayed open through the night. It is a place where people come to read and fall asleep for the night. The glass room, a haven of quietude, was especially inviting on this night. The gentle fall of rain upon its roof provided a symphony of nature's lullabies, complemented by the glow of oil lamps, their golden light warming the skin and the spirit alike. Throughout the bookshop, nooks and crannies were illuminated by the soft light of beeswax candles, each flicker revealing a new corner to explore, a new treasure trove of stories to delve into. The old lady, custodian of this realm of dreams, moved quietly among her guests, her eyes twinkling with the secret knowledge of the perfect book for each soul that sought refuge in her haven. With the scene set and the stage alive with the hushed magic of Christmas and the timeless spirit of storytelling, the bookshop of sleep opened its arms to the night, promising rest, escape, and the quiet joy of imagination to all who entered. The Baker family, who had never been to the bookshop of sleep before, but decided to come for Christmas, climbed the spiraled wooden staircase that wound around the trunk of the ancient oak, each step echoing with anticipation. When they reached the top, they entered the great room, a circular space with walls lined with shelves of books that seemed to have always been a part of the tree itself. The room smelled of aged paper and wood, a scent that spoke of countless stories and whispered adventures. They were a family of 7, so the Baker family would sleep here tonight. The mom and dad in the great 4-poster bed, and the children in the various hammocks that hung around the room. This was a literary sanctuary where the wood of the shelves seemed to have grown organically from the walls. The books, almost like fruits waiting to be plucked. The room offered a panoramic view of the bookshop below, the sleeping places atop the bookshelves, the great fire roaring in the corner, the people lying in hammocks that hung from the tree, and the various beds and cozy nooks and crannies softly illuminated by the gentle lights throughout. But it was here, in the heart of the great oak, that the magic of the bookshop truly came alive. As the family found their places, a hush fell over the room, and the book before them, A Christmas Carol, seemed to breathe with anticipation. Then, without any prompt, the book began to read itself in a voice that felt both new and ancient. The family were deeply relaxed as they listened, and before long, in what felt like not very long, the book was coming towards its close. The book read, "Scrooge was better than his word. He did it all, and infinitely more. And to Tiny Tim, who did not die, he was a second father. He became as good a friend, as good a master, and as good a man as the good old city he knew, or any other good old city, town, or borough in the good old world." The children listened, spellbound, as the voice continued to narrate the transformation of Ebenezer Scrooge, his heart opening like a flower to the warmth of human kindness and the joy of giving. They could almost feel the cold crispness of the London air, see the flickering lamplight of the shops, and hear the laughter of families gathered to celebrate the season. The book continued. Scrooge and the spirit were again upon their travels. Much they saw, and far they went, and many homes they visited, but always with a happy end. The spirit stood beside sick beds, and they were cheerful. On foreign lands, and they were close at home, by struggling men, and they were patient in their greater hope, by poverty, and it was rich. The voice from the bookshop filled the great room, enveloping the Baker family in the story's embrace. A Christmas Carol continued, the tale of redemption and the true spirit of Christmas echoing through the boughs of the oak. The world outside, with its gentle rain and quiet streets, seemed to listen too, as if the very village had become a part of the narrative. In time, everyone had heard of the change in Mr. Scrooge, and it was always said of him that he knew how to keep Christmas well, if any man alive possessed the knowledge. The story read on, and the family, surrounded by the scent of old books and the gentle patter of rain, felt the peace of the season settle in their hearts. They were together, wrapped in the warmth of a story that had been told for generations. A story that seemed to make the very air within the oak shimmer with the magic of Christmas. In the grand glass room of the Bookshop of Sleep, an old couple, Violet and Kenneth, their lives entwined through a century of love, chose to settle in for the night. The room was a marvel, with walls and a ceiling of clear, rain-kissed glass, through which one could watch the gentle ballet of the storm outside. The double bed in the center of the room was dressed in linens of the softest cotton and blankets of the finest wool, inviting the couple to lay down and entwine their fingers as they had done for so many years. The book chosen for them by the Bookshop's mysterious wisdom was none other than The Gift of the Magi by O. Henry. It was a tale befitting the couple's own history of love and sacrifice, a story of giving, and the true richness found in selfless acts. As they nestled into the bed, their bodies weary, but their spirits alight with the joy of the season, the book began to read itself in a voice that seemed to wrap around them like a tender embrace. $1.87. That was all. And 60 cents of it was in pennies. The old couple smiled, remembering their own days of counting pennies and the joy they found in simple things. Pennies saved 1 and 2 at a time by bulldozing the grocer and the vegetable man and the butcher until one's cheeks burned with the silent imputation of parsimony that such close dealing implied. The rain tapped a gentle rhythm on the glass above them, a symphony to accompany the story. The room felt like the inside of a snow globe, a world apart from the world, where only their shared memories and the voice of the book existed. She had been saving every penny she could for months, with this result. $20 a week doesn't go far, the voice continued, its cadence soothing. The story of Della and her love, Jim, mirroring the couple's own history of cherished moments and the wealth found in each other's company. Many a happy hour she had spent planning for something nice for him, something fine and rare and sterling, something just a little bit near to being worthy of the honor of being owned by Jim. The couple drifted on the edges of sleep, the story a lullaby of their shared past, a reminder of the years they had weathered together, each sacrifice a building block in their beautiful long marriage. As the story came to a close, the voice fading away like the last notes of a music box, the old couple was asleep, their breaths in sync, their faces serene. They were two souls who had given each other the greatest gifts possible: love, time, and countless Christmases shared. Now, cradled in the heart of the bookshop's great glass room, under the watchful eyes of the occasional stars peeking from behind the clouds. In the heart of this otherworldly, magnificent bookshop, beneath the wide, welcoming branches of the ancient oak, two hammocks were gently swaying. In them lay a little boy and a little girl, Jane and Tom, siblings who had chosen this cozy spot for their night at the bookshop of sleep. The hammocks, crafted from soft, durable fabric, cradled them comfortably, each sway a gentle lull to their senses. Above them, the oak's branches were like the arms of a wise old friend, their leaves rustling, a natural lullaby whispered on the air. The glow from the stained glass lanterns dappled their faces with specks of soft, colored light, creating a dreamlike atmosphere, as if they were floating in a tranquil sea of stars. For their bedtime story, the bookshop had selected The Polar Express by Chris Van Allsburg, a timeless tale of Christmas magic and the wonder of childhood belief. The book, nestled between them in one of the hammocks, opened its pages and began to read in a voice that was both clear and gentle. On Christmas Eve, many years ago, I lay quietly in my bed. I did not rustle the sheets. I breathed slowly and silently. I was listening for a sound a friend had told me I'd never hear. The ringing bells of Santa's sleigh. There is no Santa, my friend had insisted, but I knew he was wrong. Late that night, I did hear sounds, though not of ringing bells. From outside came the sounds of hissing steam and squeaking metal. I looked through my window and saw a train standing perfectly still in front of my house. The Bookshop of Sleep, a haven of tranquility and dreams, was now filled with the soft sounds of contented sighs and the rustling of pages as villagers settled into their chosen nooks. Each corner of the shop was a cradle of peace, lit by the warm glow of lanterns and the soft shimmer of rain against the glass. Near the back of the shop, an elderly couple sat side by side in high-backed chairs, a tartan blanket draped over their knees. They held hands under the blanket, their eyes fluttering closed as the rhythm of gentle rain and the murmur of distant thunder coaxed them into slumber. The book on their lap lay open. Its story paused, as if waiting for them to return to its pages. In a cozy alcove, a young woman reclined in a chaise longue, a half-finished cup of herbal tea cooling on the table beside her. A book of poetry lay open across her chest, rising and falling with her slow, even breaths. The soft flicker of a candle on the nearby shelf cast dancing shadows across her peaceful face. By the fireplace, a small group of friends had gathered, all pretty sleepy now, still being read to by the Bookshop of Sleep. This time, one of the great Christmas poems. 'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. The children were nestled all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced in their heads, and Mamma in her kerchief and I in my cap had just settled our brains for a long winter's nap, when out on the lawn there arose such a clatter. I sprang from the bed to see what was the matter. Away to the window I flew like a flash, tore open the shutters, and threw up the sash. The moon on the breast of the new-fallen snow gave the luster of midday to objects below, when what to my wondering eyes should appear but a miniature sleigh and 8 tiny reindeer, with a little old driver, so lively and quick, I knew in a moment it must be Saint Nick. More rapid than eagles, his coursers they came, and he whistled and shouted and called them by name. Now Dasher, now Dancer, now Prancer and Vixen, on Comet, on Cupid, on Donder and Blitzen, to the top of the porch, to the top of the wall. Now dash away, dash away, dash away all. As dry leaves that before the wild hurricane fly, when they meet with an obstacle, mount to the sky, so up to the housetop the coursers they flew, with the sleigh full of toys, and St. Nicholas too. And then, in a twinkling, I heard on the roof the prancing and pawing of each little hoof, as I drew in my head and was turning around. Down the chimney St. Nicholas came with a bound. He was dressed all in fur, from his head to his foot, and his clothes were all tarnished with ashes and soot. A bundle of toys he had flung on his back, and he looked like a peddler just opening his pack. His eyes, how they twinkled, his dimples how merry, his cheeks were like roses, his nose like a cherry, his droll little mouth was drawn up like a bow, and the beard of his chin was as white as the snow. The stump of a pipe he held tight in his teeth, and the smoke it encircled his head like a wreath. He had a broad face and a little round belly that shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. He was chubby and plump, a right jolly old elf, and I laughed when I saw him, in spite of myself. A wink of his eye and a twist of his head soon gave me to know I had nothing to dread. He spoke not a word, but went straight to his work, and filled all the stockings, then turned with a jerk, and laying his finger aside of his nose, and giving a nod, up the chimney he rose. He sprang to his sleigh, to his team gave a whistle, and away they all flew, like the down of a thistle. But I heard him exclaim, ere he drove out of sight, "Happy Christmas to all, and to all a good night." Now everyone sleeps in the bookshop, even the old lady, and as the night deepened, a profound stillness settled over the bookshop of sleep. The rain's melody softened to a whisper. The lantern's glow dimmed to a hush, and the oak tree's branches seemed to embrace the space in protective stillness. The stories paused on their pages, waiting patiently for the next night in the bookshop of sleep. In this place, where the sky kisses the earth, there lies a quaint little igloo that a loving family calls home. The exterior, although simple, emanates a warm glow that defies the cold harshness of the Arctic. Inside, plush fur rugs and intricately woven tapestries cover the icy walls, turning what could be a cold dwelling into a cozy sanctuary. The air is filled with the soothing aroma of herbal tea, brewing over a carefully managed fire. Its flickering light casting dancing shadows that tell stories of their own. The family, consisting of a mother, a father, and their 2 children, are a close-knit bunch, deeply connected to this magical world they live in. They have a unique way of weaving joy into the mundane, making every activity a heartfelt experience. Tonight is special though. After sharing a hearty meal, they all bundle up in layers of handmade woolen garments and colorful scarves, and prepare for the spectacle that the sky is about to unveil. The father, a burly but gentle man, with wisdom and kindness in his eyes, takes a moment to adjust the oil lamp that hangs from the ceiling. It's a family heirloom, an artifact passed down through generations. Its light is more than just illumination. It's a symbol of the family's enduring spirit. Tonight, he says, the sky will tell us stories written in colors. It's the night of the northern lights. The mother, an embodiment of grace and strength, takes her youngest, Anna, into her lap, wrapping her in a soft blanket. The northern lights are the Earth's special light show, she explains, her voice soft and calming. They're a dance of colors and dreams, a celestial symphony that celebrates the wonder of existence. The eldest son, Eric, can hardly contain his excitement. He's always been enamored by the northern lights, seeing them as a gateway to a world far beyond human comprehension. He grabs his sketchbook and colored pencils, ready to capture the amazing phenomenon he will witness tonight. Maybe we'll see colors we've never seen before, he muses, his young imagination already painting the sky in colors of unimaginable beauty. There is something about the existence that these amazing people live that is so richly human. They live in a way that is little removed from our very ancient ancestors. For they are not the only inhabitants of this icy world. They live in a community of Inuit people who all look after each other and have fostered a deep sense of community. And say, perhaps, if one were to stumble across this little community, you might notice one very clear characteristic. Everyone is smiling. It's like the essence of this community lies not just in their connection with nature, but also in their genuine connection with each other. Their smiles aren't just expressions. They are windows into a world that values togetherness and collective well-being over material gains. As the night unfurls, people from neighboring igloos begin to gather near the frozen pond that serves as the community's natural gathering point. It's like an unspoken tradition, this communal watching of the northern lights. The elders, bearers of wisdom and history, take their seats on intricately carved wooden stools, while children scamper around, their laughter echoing like a sweet melody across the frozen landscape. As the sky gradually darkens, anticipation fills the air. It's almost palpable, like the buzzing of static electricity before a storm. Even the animals seem to sense the forthcoming spectacle, as the usually vocal Arctic foxes and snow hares grow quieter, as if paying respect to this special event. Handmade drums and flutes are brought out, ready to accompany the dance of the sky with an earthly tune of their own. Mila, the community's revered storyteller, prepares herself to narrate an ancient tale that has been passed down for generations. She tells it only on nights like this, when the northern lights are expected to grace the skies. As she begins her story, Mila's voice rises and falls as the first streaks of color begin to appear in the sky. It's as if the heavens themselves have heard the story and are painting their response in strokes of greens and pinks and purples. It's like a magical collaboration between earth and sky, between human voice and cosmic spectacle. Mila speaks. Long ago, when the earth was still young and the sky was a blank canvas, lived a wise elder named Nuka and a young warrior named Siku. They belonged to a tribe much like ours, living at the cusp of earth and sky. Their lives intimately tied to the elements. However, the tribe faced a perilous threat. Endless winter, a cruel season that showed no sign of breaking, endangering their way of life. Desperate to help their community, Nuka and Siku ventured into the icy wilderness in search of the midnight sun, a mythical orb said to hold the essence of all seasons. Legend had it that whoever managed to find and touch the midnight sun could call forth the dormant spring and bring balance back to their world. Armed with ancient talismans and a sled of hardy huskies, they journeyed far from home, guided only by faith and ancestral wisdom. As they ventured farther, the sky grew darker, and it was then that they heard it, the song of the Ice Maiden, guardian of the midnight sun. She was intrigued by their courage and their quest, and the Ice Maiden presented them with a riddle they must solve to prove their worth. With hearts pounding, Nuka and Siku answered her riddle correctly, impressing the guardian enough to grant them access to the midnight sun. Upon touching the mythical orb, Nuka and Siku felt a surge of energy course through them, as if they had tapped into the very heartbeat of the earth. At that moment, the sky erupted into a cascade of colors, a dance of light so magnificent it took their breath away. They had unlocked the first northern lights, an eternal bridge between earth and sky, mortal and divine. The seasons began to shift, slowly but surely, until spring returned to their world. Returning home as heroes, Nuka and Siku shared their experience, and ever since, the tribe gathered every year to celebrate this celestial event, seeing it as a continuous dialogue between humans and the cosmos, a celebration of resilience, unity, and the human spirit. There, Mila ended her tale, her eyes shimmering like the lights above, leaving the community to ponder once more the interplay between their lives and the universe's endless wonders. These northern lights are also known as the aurora borealis. They are a natural light display seen in high latitude regions like the Arctic. But it's not just the northern half of the earth that sees lights like this. The southern hemisphere has its own version, called the aurora australis, mainly visible in the Antarctic regions. The northern lights have fascinated people for centuries, and there are many myths and stories that surround this amazing phenomenon. They're often seen as spiritual or supernatural phenomena. So, in a way, the northern lights serve as a beautiful intersection of science and human storytelling. As the different colors stretch across the sky, transforming it from an inky black canvas to a swirling masterpiece of light. The little igloo community holds its collective breath. Anna and Eric's faces light up, mirroring the astonishing display above them. Their eyes widen in sheer wonder, as if they are looking at magic, which in a way they are. For children who grow up listening to stories where the boundaries between the earthly and the divine are as thin as a snowflake, this celestial event feels like a validation of all of their innocent beliefs. Anna clings to her mother, her tiny hands gripping the soft fabric of her blanket, as if trying to hold on to this moment forever. She turns to look at her family, her gaze lingering on each face, as if memorizing this perfect instant where everything and everyone she loves are lit by this otherworldly glow from above. Eric, his sketchbook momentarily forgotten, is completely engrossed. His usually restless hands are still. His artistic ambitions humbled by a sky that no human hand could replicate. He leans into his father, feeling a wordless exchange of emotions, a silent understanding that some experiences are so grand, so profoundly beautiful, that they defy words. The family, cozy now, tightly knit in their warm lairs and surrounded by their loving community, share this extraordinary moment as one. The northern lights continue their cosmic ballet, casting their radiant spell on everyone below. For Anna and Eric, this isn't just another night. It's a lifelong memory that they will carry with them forever. A spectacular show put on by the universe, making them feel both incredibly small and infinitely significant at the same time. In a way, in this moment, it feels like Earth and space become one. There is no division between the two, and a feeling of deep interconnectedness transcends each one of the human beings gathered together. For the gathered community, the icy plains beneath their feet and the colors above cease to be two separate realms. It feels as though the northern lights are not just a phenomenon to be observed, but a communication, a cosmic language spoken without words. The elders and the young ones, those who have witnessed the lights year after year, and those for whom this is a first-time experience, all feel it. It's a feeling that can't be easily put into words, but it's as palpable as the frosty air they breathe. A feeling that fills them with humility, yet makes them feel incredibly grand. As if they are both specks of dust and architects of galaxies. Parents sneak glances at their children, catching the look of wonder in their eyes, and know that they are witnessing a formative experience. These young souls are learning not just about the beauty of the world they inhabit, but also about the profound connections that run through all things, seen and unseen. Now, with a rosy glow of contentedness resting within each one of them, the community silently go back to their respective igloos as the final hues of the northern lights dissolve into the night sky. Each member of the community feels a sense of completion, as if they've just closed the final chapter of a captivating book. And in their silent departure, they exchange warm smiles and hugs, looking forward to being inside their cozy igloos, guided by the soft glow of lanterns and the remaining shimmers of the celestial display. Upon entering their igloo, Anna and Eric are swept into a comforting embrace by their parents. The lingering energy from the night's spectacle enveloping them like a warm blanket. The family gathers around their small, burning fire, its light casting a gentle glow on their faces. No words are needed. Their contented smiles speak volumes. One by one, they settle into their sleeping furs, tucked closely together in a circle around the fire. Its embers dance and flicker, mimicking the northern lights, as if bidding them a final, sleepy farewell. And it's under this tender, communal glow that each member of the family drifts off into a deep, restful slumber. As they sleep, the extraordinary feelings of the evening weave themselves into their dreams, merging with flights of fancy and deepest wishes. Even in this realm of unconsciousness, the sensation of unity, of being a small but meaningful part of a great big universe, stays with them. And so, under a sky returned to its velvety darkness, our little family, and indeed their entire community, find themselves at peace. They sleep not just as individuals, but as parts of a greater whole, a cosmos infinitely complex, yet profoundly simple. A universe that we